All right, it's 6 p.m., March 23rd. I call this meeting of the Clear Creek Independent School District to order. Let the record show that a quorum of board members is present, that this meeting has been duly called, that its notice has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meeting Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. And with that, we will go to our Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay, friends, can y'all help me with the pledge? Here we go. We're going to come right up here, and we're going to see those flags. Okay, we're going to do the American pledge first. Okay, you ready? Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. And please remain standing for a moment of silence. Thank you. You may be seated. Okay. All right. Well, we like to open our meetings every day with our mission and our vision and our purpose statement. And so I am going to let y'all help me with that. These are spelling bee winners, so we're very excited about that. Woohoo! So we are going to open this up, all right? And Walker, I'm going to let you begin. You want to read the mission for us, right?
The mission of the Clear Creek Independent School District, the visionary leader igniting learning for all, is to ensure each student achieves, contributes, and leads with integrity in a safe and nurturing environment distinguished by authentic relationships, service before self, and the spirit of exploration.
And Claire, are you going to do the vision, or do you want to do it? Oh, you're going to.
Okay. Our vision is to empower every student with a world-class education that ignites passion and fuels endeavors.
The core values are caring, citizenship, fairness, respect, responsibility, and trustworthiness.
Our value state is people, purpose, and promise.
Thank you very much. Let's give them a hand. All right. Well, we are just so grateful to begin our recognition tonight with these outstanding spellers. Congratulations. We are proud to announce the 2026 CCISD Spelling Bee Champion, Walker English, 5th grade student from Armand Bayou Elementary. And our runner-up, Claire Lee, 4th grader from Brookwood Elementary. All right, they were spelling for 16 rounds. That's a lot. And the acetone, that was the word. Am I right? He won. Oh, that is so good, Walker. That is great. That is great. Well, so y'all just tell us for a minute, because this is so exciting. And you both, 16 rounds, I got to watch y'all. It was very intense. Wasn't it intense? It made me very nervous. Okay, so how did you prepare for the spelling bee? Did you study? Did you practice at all? Did you practice? Who helped you practice?
My dad.
Yes, I bet. And Claire, did you have somebody to help you practice?
Yeah, my mom over there helped me.
Okay, that's our practice team. Yeah, it usually does take some practice. So if you were going to give advice to a third grader and they want to do the spelling bee next year, fourth or fifth, they really want to win, what would you tell them? Think about what would you tell them to get ready? How should they get ready?
I don't know.
Practice?
Yeah, practice.
Practice. Anything
They
else?
should
How do you
practice.
stand it when you're in front of everybody? Don't you get nervous? How do you not get nervous? You
I get nervous.
Okay, good.
My head about to explode. With nerves. My
How
head
did
was
you
about
keep
to explode.
going?
I told my head, please don't explode.
Tell your head, please don't explode. That is great advice for us as adults, right? Because we all get nervous, I promise you. We really do. Any other advice, Claire?
Maybe just like don't focus too much on the pressure, because if you lose, you go home with nothing. It's not like you lose a lot or something, but if you win, you'll get like a prize.
Beautiful. And if you lose, you go home just like you go home when you win, right? It's just you have a prize. Beautiful advice. Thank y'all so much and congratulations. Congratulations. And they get a medal. And I think they're the first recognition, so we're going to give you a medal. All right, not quite as big as what you got for the spelling bee, but that's okay. Yes.
I got a medal for making the joke.
You did great. Congratulations.
I have to say, I'm so impressed. Not only
Oh, a picture. Oh, we need a picture. We need a picture, principals. Y'all come on up. Oh, yes. Yes, we're going to get
I'm
them.
so impressed. These are two elementary students. Not only can they read our mission statement, they can spell every word.
That's beautiful. Oh, all right. Here. Okay. We'll get right over. Good job. Oh, yeah. Okay. Good job. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah. When you win the spelling bee, I know. That's hard to get. All right. Well, next, I would like to turn this over to Trustee Lily to lead the next presentation. Mr. Jared Vargas is here this evening. We're so grateful to present the United States flag to our Director of Facilities, Alex Aragon. And this meaningful presentation is because Mr. Aragon recently became a U.S. citizen. I'll turn it over.
All right. Thank you very much. Jared, come on up. Mr. Aragon. We were so excited right before Christmas when we learned of your citizenship, and I reached out to Jared, and Congressman Weber wanted to present this flag to you. So, Jared.
Thank you, Rebecca. Good evening, everyone. My name is Jared Vargas, and I am the District Director for Congressman Randy Weber. It's an honor to be here tonight in front of all of you, in front of the school board, and we just want to present this appreciation and this honorary moment for you, this wonderful moment for you, this flag flown over the Capitol to honor your United States citizenship. So here, I'll hand you the flag, and then I'll read you the certificate. Thank you, Rebecca. Yeah. What's your home country? I'm just curious. I think you told me, but Canada. Okay, wonderful. Uh-oh. It slid out. So this top portion is just a certification that the flag was flown over the Capitol, and then the certificate below reads, United States Capitol. I'm going to stand right next to you. United States Capitol, the flag of the United States of America, March 23rd, 2026. This flag, flown over the United States Capitol in honor of Mr. Alex Aragon, commemorates his achievement of becoming a United States citizen. Through his work with Clear Creek Independent School District, he demonstrates a strong commitment to service and community. It is a privilege to represent him in the 14th Congressional District of Texas and to celebrate this significant milestone. Signed, Randy K. Weber, Member of Congress. Oh. Thank you, Rebecca.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you. Congrats. Well, another exciting celebration. Wendy Reyes, come on up, Wendy. Here we go. Yes. Wendy, we're so excited, and we're gonna just share a little bit. Outstanding counselor at McWhorter Elementary is one of the top 5 finalists for the HEB Excellence in Education Award for counselors, and our board earned that just a little over a year ago for a board, and it is such a big deal. It is a huge honor across the entire state of Texas. Top 5. The honor recognizes school counselors who create safe, supportive, and caring environments for students. And she was surprised by the announcement during a recent pep rally in front of the whole student body. They were very excited. I'm not sure if they exactly knew what it was, but they were yelling very loud. They were very excited. It was wonderful. And she will learn if she wins the top honor in May. But if we're voting, you earn. You win, you win, you win. So we're so excited. Yeah. So we're going to take a picture. And, okay, Mr. Leo, who's here? Yes, yes. Miss Ford, y'all come on up. Yes.
Very well done. Thanks for everything.
All right. And before you sit down, okay. I mean, we have like a counselor, top counselor in the state of Texas. Can you tell us what do you think is important for all counselors to remember, like in the job? What really makes a good counselor in your opinion?
I think it's just remembering your why you do the work that you do every day. And of course, for me, is to make sure that I create a space where our students feel seen, supported, and celebrated every day.
Thank you so much, and congratulations. Congratulations. All right, well, we are now going to celebrate some swimmers and divers, and I think they're waiting outside. So these are CCISD athletes that made a big splash at UIL, swimming and diving competition. To reach this level of competition is no easy feat, and we are very proud of our state qualifiers and their impressive finish. I'm going to name a few students here. Jack Fry, is Jack here? Yes. 11th place boys 200 medley relay. Let's see, I've got a couple here. Miley, yes, congratulations. Miley, 17th place, 1 meter diving. Let's see, do we have anyone else? Okay, that's it. That's kind of what I had. Well, and congratulations, huh? They're all at practice. They're in the water. I know. Well, congratulations. We are so excited. We're going to take a picture with your coaches, principals. Come on up. Y'all come on up. Yes, yes, yes. We're going to put you in there. So just a real quick, what any like secrets? What would your coaches say? Yeah, what did it take to get to that level? State UL, that's a big deal. What did it take?
Dedication and time. And time, yes, spending lots of hours in the gym and pool.
I think it took early mornings, supportive parents, and proud coaches and great coaches that helped us along the way and supported us no matter what.
Great. And supportive parents, wave your hand. No. Woo! Yeah. That's right. This work doesn't start after they learn how to drive. A lot of early mornings for a whole lot of years. That dedication, you talk about responsibility, trustworthiness, all those core values to make it what it is. And Coach Killingsworth, come on up. Yeah. No. But we'll get a picture with everybody. We'll get a picture with, yeah. No, that's okay. Thank you so much. Thank you all, and congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, that's exciting. Okay, I have to ask y'all? Okay, real quick, senior, what are you going to do? Are you going to do anything with aquatics?
Yes, I'm going to Pepperdine in California. I'm going to study bio on the pre-med track.
Are you going to do aquatic swimming, diving? Yes. Diving. Pepperdine, if you've ever seen the university, gorgeous. That's beautiful.
No swimming for me, but I'll be going to college and do bigger and better things with my life, with my CCISD education. World class.
You already went to state. You're good. Congratulations. Thank y'all so much. That's good. Thank you. With the extras for kids that aren't here. We'll get them to you. Yeah, we'll get them to you. That's perfect. That's great. Okay. All right. Okay, and so we're going to continue our next recognition. We'll let that move. Okay, great. And now we have state UIL wrestlers. Woo! All right, we continue with our wrestlers who qualified and competed at the 2026 UIL State Tournament. All right, what an accomplishment. So we are going to, sweet, wonderful. Come on in. All right. And we are going to do the names here. Jared Remington, state champion. Jared. Woo! Keith Remington, silver medal. Raise your hand when I call your name. There you go. All right, let's see. Karen Bayachi, I say it wrong, huh? Not here. Okay. No more. Okay. Felix Morales, third place. Okay. Let's see. Grant Bonson, fourth place. Raise your hand. State qualifier, Fernando Morales. Jacob Schaffer. DJ NC. Raise your hand. DJ. All right. Girls qualify. Oh, Sophia Tamayo, third place. Woo. Qualifiers, Priscilla Guerrero. Christina Decker. Gabby Carter. And some more boys state qualifiers, Julia Castillo Jr. Okay, Mina Castillo. Kyle Brown. Iana Dickinson. And Sydney Layton. And did I get everybody? Ooh, good job. All right. Congratulations, principals. Y'all come on up. Coaches are here. We're going to take a picture. Yeah. Everybody up. We'll try to scoot in. Okay. All right. Hey, congratulations. We got to go to state gold, though. I mean, you know. All right. You don't get gold very often. Am I right? So, yeah. So, talk about what it takes to get gold in wrestling, UIL State.
I mean, it was great. I mean, it took 4 tries, right? I got my senior year, and we all go to the same club, so we all put in a lot of hard work. And especially for Creek, I was the only one that made it my freshman year, and then we slowly grew this past year. We were able to get sixth at state as a team with only 4 qualifiers, so that was super cool. But yeah.
Yeah. Gold, silver, third. Yeah. Great job. And so we will. Real quick, seniors, raise your hand. We got some class of 26. Tell us what you're going to do. Pass it down.
I'm going to wrestle at Cal State Bakersfield for college.
I'm going to wrestle at Northern State University in Aberdeen, South Dakota.
I'm going to enlist in the Coast Guard.
Oh, I'm not committed yet, but I plan on wrestling in college. I'm also uncommitted, but I'm planning to wrestle.
I'm going to college to be an esthetician.
Congratulations. Thank y'all so much. And I know that the things that you've learned from these coaches and from everything that you've done, parents, you're going to do well once you leave here. And those of y'all that are not seniors, come back and wrestle and learn. Yes, yeah, it's all about the school. Thank y'all so much. World-class education. We appreciate it. Y'all have a great day, and thank you so much for spending a few minutes with us this evening. Thank you. Yeah. Good job. Good job. Thank y'all. Thank you. All right, and now we're going to go to art. From wrestling and swimming, and we celebrate two very talented artists whose work was selected for the Texas Art Education Association's Youth Art Month exhibition at the Bullock, Texas State Historic Museum. So Chloe Tomoek, is Chloe here? Chloe and Alina Syed, come on up. Come on up, Alina. Good. And we'll see. Okay, we're going to get a picture. And we have a principal. Greek? Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's Greek. Yeah, yeah. Miss Orr, thank you. I know, she has a lot of celebrations to do. And just really quick, have you seen your piece?
Yes.
You have? You've seen it? You went to Austin?
Oh, no, not yet.
Not yet. Okay, okay,
It's
good. Oh, wonderful. That's this weekend. Just tell us a little bit about your piece and what inspired you to create it.
Yeah. So my piece was inspired kind of just by like we have an overall theme for the entire year, and it was creating like sentience with like non-sentient things. So I decided to make like a big wave, and I put like a face in it, and it kind of represented like the ocean like as like a form, like as a person. So that was kind of my inspiration for the piece. I'm really happy that it went to Youth Art Month. So yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, and just to see these beautiful pieces, it's amazing. It really did. So congrats. Yes. And if you're in Austin, That's what you want to see. Yeah. All right. Yeah, the Bullock Museum. Thank you. All right, and that's it.
All right, so next up, we have a program spotlight on the Cambridge Math Initiative.
Okay. And CCISD is the first school district in Texas to pilot the Cambridge University Mathematics Instructional Framework. The program has been implemented in 6th grade honors math classrooms across 5 intermediate schools. This program spotlight will provide trustees with an update on the impact of the program after 3 9-week grading periods. Tracy Paddock, secondary math coordinator, will begin the presentation. And I just want to express my appreciation to her and Mr. Zavala, who couldn't be here this evening, but they initiated this opportunity for our students. So thank you for that, and I will turn it over to the team.
All right, thank you for having us here tonight. We're excited to be able to showcase our Cambridge Math and Clear Creek ISD. This work aligns with our broader vision for student achievement and advanced academics. But before we go through the design of our Cambridge course, I have a video I'd like to show you that shows our Cambridge course in action. The following video highlights our classrooms across Clear Creek ISD, which replaces our 6th grade honors math class. We have it at 5 campuses, 3 title campuses, and 2 science magnet campuses. In the video, you're going to see our students actively engaged in thinking, reasoning, and making connections in mathematics.
What if math wasn't just about getting the right answer, but asking the right question? In CCISD, we're always looking for ways to challenge our students and to foster that deeper thinking. And one of the ways we did that is we partnered with the University of Cambridge and embedded depth and complexity into our 6th grade honors math curriculum. And that Cambridge Math is designed to not only help students learn how to solve a problem, but to understand the how and the why behind the problem.
What we're seeing is incredible. Students are more engaged and confident, and they're making mathematical discoveries right in class.
What stands out to me across all of our Cambridge pilot campuses is the consistency. Across all of the pilots, we're seeing a growth in student learning. Cambridge classrooms are building thinking skills that go beyond test scores. Students are learning how to approach challenges, explain their reasoning, and persist through problems. That's why we're excited to expand Cambridge to more campuses.
Cambridge Math makes me think differently.
I figure out myself why things work. It's like solving a mystery every day.
As teachers, we go through specialized Cambridge training several times a year. It pushes us to rethink how we question, guide, and support students instead of going straight to the answers. The curriculum challenges students in a way traditional math doesn't. It's not about memorizing formulas, it's about discovering and understanding them. That depth of knowledge takes time, patience, and a different level of thinking.
So at first, my son would come home feeling very frustrated and discouraged. He would say that his teacher didn't help him find the answer. So once we learned more about the Cambridge Math curriculum, we realized that they were teaching them something so much more important. They were teaching the kids how to think for themselves. Our son has pushed through his struggles and become so much more confident in math. Now he can show me his work, explain his reasoning, and actually understand what he's doing. That kind of learning will always stay with him. We are so proud of him.
Being the first public school district in the state of Texas to offer Cambridge core content is a huge milestone for us.
It shows our commitment to bringing world-class education to our community, where we're building thinkers, innovators, and leaders of tomorrow.
My advice to parents who are interested in having their child take Cambridge Math next year is to encourage your child to step out of their comfort zone, communicate with teachers, have them take advantage of provided support, and celebrate the small wins.
We're not just learning math, we're also learning how to think, and that's what makes us unstoppable.
All right, so as part of our Vision 2030, we've been focusing on identifying ways to elevate our student learning experiences at the intermediate level. And the Cambridge framework works really strongly to match those goals. Stanley Zavala and I worked together to explore different approaches, and when we found Cambridge, we realized it was a strong connection to what we were already doing and our vision in CCISD. We then intentionally designed a course that brings together three components: the Bluebonnet Learning, the Cambridge Framework, and the Depth and Complexity Framework. When we combined these things together, we're building conceptual understanding to procedural fluency, ultimately improving our student outcomes. So in Clear Creek, I know that Stanley said in the video, Dr. Engel already said it, but Clear Creek is really proud to be the first public school district in the state of Texas to do Cambridge Math in a core content area. So Cambridge is an advanced math course. It's similar to AP, and it's also internationally recognized. What makes Cambridge especially powerful is the thinking and working mathematics that's embedded in their framework. Students don't just solve math problems, they make connections with the mathematical ideas. They build connections between concrete and procedures and reasoning, and they engage deeply with their learning process. This aligns directly with our goal of providing students a world-class education. By strengthening our conceptual understanding, this is critical for our long-term success in mathematics. So the next piece of our Cambridge course is the depth and complexity. So in addition to the Cambridge framework, we also have our depth and complexity framework. CCISD has had a long-standing commitment to depth and complexity. We've actually been doing it since the 1990s. So this framework provides teachers with tools and strategies to increase their rigor, to support differentiated instruction, and promote higher level thinking. Students use structured thinking prompts when they're using the depth and complexity framework to analyze content. They're making connections to other disciplines, and they engage in deeper reasoning. So this ensures that the rigor is present, but not just present, that it's also consistent across all of our campuses. So the next piece, we had a strong Cambridge framework and we had a strong depth and complexity framework. What was missing was a high quality instructional material. The Cambridge curriculum is not aligned to our state standards, so we needed something that we could use that we would reach the level of Cambridge and the depth and complexity. So we found Bluebonnet Learning, and it provided that foundation. So what Bluebonnet Learning does for us in our Cambridge course, it is fully aligned to our Texas standards. It has a clear progression from conceptual understanding to procedural understanding, and it gives us the ability to have consistency across our campuses. Cambridge enhances this foundation by elevating how students think, how they reason, and how they apply mathematics. So together, Bluebonnet, Depth and Complexity, and Cambridge create a system for our students that build deeper understanding, and they are prepared for their academic futures in mathematics. So as a result of this work, we've developed CCISD Cambridge course, but we needed to move it from design to implementation. And so to bring this to light, I have Miss Stephanie Korinek from Seabrook Intermediate. She's currently implementing the course in her classroom, and she's here to share her experiences with her learning and her students' learning.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Korinek. And first, thank you for inviting me here tonight to share my experience with teaching Cambridge so far this year. This is my 6th year teaching, and as an education major, I was taught to use the teaching technique of I do, we do, you do, where me as the teacher shows like an example or teaches a certain skill first. We do something as a whole class, and then the student then tries on their own. With Cambridge, this whole technique is flipped. So now it's you do, we do, I do. So this has changed my whole way of teaching and thinking and working with the students. It now allows the students to discover and explore on their own first before I teach them or show them anything. And our lessons day to day are the students kind of explore first, and then we do something as a group, and then I consolidate at the end, showing them an example and kind of bringing it all together in a conclusion. So the students struggle, but it's a productive struggle. And they've learned to, kind of accept challenges, and they really communicate effectively with their classmates. They're not afraid to share aloud, and they collaborate really well together, which has been really a joy to see as their teacher. And yeah, they using these. So I've kind of also brought the resources into my other classes that are not enrolled with Cambridge students, and they've also now have communicated and are not afraid to share their thoughts aloud. So it's been really great to also implement it in my other classes too, because they've responded really well to it. And I'm not alone in this. So I met with the other Cambridge teachers that you saw in the video across the district. We meet once in 9 weeks, and that helps us to really align our curriculum and look at the lessons day to day and talk about the feedback, the strengths that we're seeing from the kids, what we might need to change. And so that has really been great too, just talking with them and knowing that our students are growing across the district and not just in my own class. My partner and I have also gone on learning walks as well to Space Center and some of the other campuses. And so listening to their questioning strategies and the language that they use, then we kind of take that back to our campus, and it gives us other ideas and strategies that we can use. So that's been really helpful for me too with this new way of teaching. So I'm just very thankful for this privilege to teach Cambridge this year. It's definitely changed my way of thinking and teaching, and my kids are growing, so that's great. But I've always said math is a mindset, and I truly believe that if the students are not confident in what they're doing and they're not eager to learn, then I'm not doing my job well. So thank you.
So on top of listening to Ms. Krennick, we also have Dr. Henley here to share some data with you about how well Cambridge is doing across the campuses.
Yeah. All right, so thank y'all for letting me be here this evening just to share some data with you. When I heard this presentation, I kind of decided to go at this from a very high level and then shoot it all the way down to the teacher level data view. So the first chart you're seeing up here is our overall 6th grade benchmark data that was given to all 6th graders across CCISD and all campuses, 6th grade benchmark, and it simulates our kind of state testing, so that's why you see it broken down, approaches, meets, and masters. My data analysts are able to extract that, put in the performance levels, and you'll see kind of where we're at overall as 6th grade. Then we isolated our 6th grade Cambridge students at the 5 intermediate campuses because I wanted to see just how they compared to overall. And that's where you see the difference in approaches, meets, and masters. And I really want to emphasize that difference in meets because that's our target area that we're shooting for. The next data set you're going to get is more of a benchmark comparison, because then I said, well, yes, I compared it to everyone. Now let me look at last year's performance of overall students to this year's performance of overall students, pulling out just the 5 intermediate campuses that have Cambridge kids. Because we do know, like she mentioned, that while she's teaching it to Cambridge, she's embedded it naturally right into other classrooms. And I wanted to see how are we performing against last year's. And you'll see an increase from approaches, an increase in meets, and an increase in masters. And so that is happening at our 5 intermediate campuses that are implementing Cambridge. The last data set, I had the privilege of being able to pull her data. She gave me permission to share it. And what I wanted to really highlight is I took her last year's star, which was again a mixture of honors and on level, and you'll see where her kids performed, which is really fantastic, right? Then I isolated her benchmark data while and I did a combination also, but really wanted to highlight the Cambridge and that huge increase in the meets performance, because that's, I believe, what Cambridge is doing, is helping kids get to that level of meets.
They're so great.
Okay, so as a result of the work, we've developed our CCISD Cambridge course and began the process of, wrong part, forgive me. As we move forward, we have a clear plan to expand Cambridge to our other campuses, but first we're starting in 7th grade math for the 26-27 school year. We want to make sure that we are rolling it out well before we decide to do a big rollout. So we're starting small with 6th grade, adding 7th grade, and then we are working on planning a large-scale rollout. So we're going to continue to monitor our student performance to make sure that we're doing well and refine our implementation before we get to that large-scale rollout. As a core of this work, we're really focused on increasing our student thinking, strengthening conceptual understanding, and ultimately improving our student learning for their success in mathematics. And that's the end of our presentation. So we are here for you if you have any questions.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and open up to trustees.
Mr. President?
Yes, good.
I just want to say thank you guys for giving this presentation. The stats are just incredible. As a former math teacher, I wish we had something like this, because I learned under the same kind of philosophy you did, and it's definitely a shift of thinking.
Yeah.
But those statistics just show you it's working for the students that we need it to work for. I guess I also had 2 daughters that did not go through this, my older 2, and then my daughter now that's going through it as a 6th grader, and I can tell you there's definitely a huge difference at home in the questions that she asks, how much help she needs. She's doing it on her own. I mean, just that way of thinking is very different. So I guess that's my question is, what advice do you have for parents who maybe aren't the math teacher background? How do they help their students kind of transition to this new way of kind of thinking for themselves, especially in math, because that's not necessarily how they've always been taught in math?
What I loved about the videos, we did have that parent perspective, and feel free to chime in, Ms. Krennic, but really thinking that it's going to be different. It is something that's new, but with the perseverance through, you can see that the kids are growing and they're starting to have those thinking on their own, and they're starting to really build their deep conceptual understanding, and that's very different. And so what would you say?
I think for the parents, I would say, like, let them get the wrong answer. Like, let them make a mistake, let them fail, like, it's okay. Because that's the whole kind of, like, exploration and discovery that we're trying to build them to, you know, try to do it on your own. And it's okay if you get it wrong. Like, it's not the end all be all. Like, that's why it's you do first, and then we will come together and your teacher will help you, like, eventually. But it's just guiding them to really think, and whatever they give me, if it's something that I can work with or then build on it, like, then that's a win.
Thank you, Trustee Cheka. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, could I just get clarification on Ms. Karenic's scores here? Is that for all of her kids, or just
So
just the Cambridge
the
focused?
26 benchmark is just our Cambridge kids.
Okay. But I want to thank you for finding a best practice and applying it on your own
Thank you.
to the other children.
Mhm.
Because we talk as a board a lot about best practices.
Yeah.
And this sounds like a best practice. So I think if it's really that good, the sooner we roll this out en masse, the better. But thank you for taking that on and just having the wherewithal to do that yourself.
Thank you.
Thanks, Trustee Mackay. I'll open it up. Anyone else? Go ahead.
Yep. First of all, Tracy, thank you for the heavy lifting. I think it was after we adopted it last spring and right before, I think, graduation or so, walk through, checking my box and, you know, as I do periodically, you know, just rolled through the building and you were sitting there, and at first I was like, what is going on? But, you know, you had your sticky notes and everything all over the place, but just to work, you know, with this, and I like that you explained that it's an international world-class curriculum that doesn't really fit the TEKS. So a lot of, you know, integration has to happen. So thank you for that work, you know, ahead of time. To our teachers, thank you for piloting. You know, it's never easy when you have something new. You know, everybody likes to kind of latch on to the familiar. So thanks for, you know, taking that leap and working with this. I guess, you know, like Trustee Mackay said, I'm excited to see this rolled out, you know, across the district to all of our kids, so they get a chance to experience that. And I just wanted to highlight Space Center as well. We did a learning walk, and we walked, you know, into that classroom that was shown on the video, and the kids were performing at such a high level, working together, you know, and it was just very exciting to see. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Trustee Kenningham. All right, Trustee Larson.
Yeah. A couple of years ago, we adopted our new vision, and you know, it was kind of audacious if you think about it. We talked about providing a world-class education, and we tried to do that. I'm really glad that we put those words in there because it kind of guides and directs what we do. And it really has impressed me with how we picked this up and what we did with it, that this is exactly what world-class looks like. This is new, this is innovative, and this builds on tried and proven methods to do something new and different to make things better for our students. And your work in this area is very much appreciated. It wasn't easy to get here, especially when you consider the, you know, how do you make that work with the TEKS framework? And I really appreciate the work that went into fitting those two things together. I'm sure it wasn't easy, and I'm very impressed with the results.
Thank you.
Thanks, Trustee Larson. Anyone else?
Yes.
Go
So
ahead.
I just want to echo what my fellow trustees said, but also I think it goes outside of math. I think the critical thinking skills that you're building in these students is going to stead them the rest of their life, and the self-confidence. And I loved when you said it's okay to make a mistake, because so many times our students and even we as adults don't think it's okay to make a mistake and to learn from it. And that self-confidence you're building and those critical thinking skills. So thank you, all three of you, and I'm looking forward to seeing this roll out as well.
Thanks, Trustee Lilly. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Thank you, President Cottrell. I do want to just say thank you for the work that y'all have invested in this. As a district, the last few years, we've really focused on a strategic plan. We've focused on a vision. We focused on long-term excellence to make sure that we continue to thrive as a district. Vision 2030 set forth lots of our goals and lots of the aspirations that we had. And we think as we sit in those rooms and have those conversations that that's the hard work. And the reality is the hard work is when you're pulling your hair out at your desk, when you're talking to teachers that are looking at you thinking, what else are you going to ask me to implement in my classroom? And when you talk to the parents that say, my child is already struggling and now you're going to change how they go about doing that. We have a responsibility to consistently look to the experts in our schools. And when we do that, and when we trust that the best solutions come from the people that are closest to the smallest subjects in their class, to really building the hope and aspirations that they have and really shaping that confidence. And so as you each talked, I think about how this fits with Leader in Me. We talk about skills that our elementary students are learning. They're learning how to talk to each other. They're learning how to think about win-win. They're thinking about alternate ways to the solutions. And when those characteristics start to play into how they work with each other and they really get in front of what could otherwise be intimidating content, I think is really important. And so I think individually, without the integration that you all have done to make sure that this really aligns and that will help us continue to progress, I think they would just be great resources. But I think what you've described is really a strategy that helps us remain world class, that helps us push the boundary in an environment where we're not really being provided the complete solution. And every classroom and every student deserves really our best. So thank you for being kind of on the front end of pulling this together. I am excited to see how this plays out across our intermediate campuses. We've talked a lot as a board that intermediate is really where we have a great opportunity to just push forward and prepare students for even better things at the high school level and beyond. So thank you for doing that. Thank you for bringing data, because we always smile in our hearts when we see just a little bit of data. But it's important. It's easy to think that we would just switch because we're just going to do it. But the reality is that we use data to inform some of the decisions that we're making. The data helps guide us and tells us that we need to think about things differently. And ultimately, we want what is going to be best for students. So I know that even after today's presentation, there are people that are going to be looking at this every day. We're going to be looking at the progress that we're making. And if we need to adjust, and if we need to make some things even that much better, I know that we've got the right people doing it. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Trustee Sanchez. So I don't think there's much more to say other than great job and thank you. We really do appreciate it. And as they mentioned, the data, we appreciate that very much. For your commitment to pass it on, appreciate. Oh, do you?
I did have one more thing, because we've said it, a couple of us, I think Trustee Cheka, Trustee Sanchez, but Vision 2030, when we went on this journey, was taking a look at what our and correct me, our 5th, 6th graders, and by 2030 there are graduates. And so we really wanted to affect, because we always talk about, programs at the high school level, programs at the elementary level, but we tend to leave out, our intermediate kids, what's for them. So that's why the focus, the focal point of Cambridge, and it just kind of hits home that we tried it first in the state, and it's taken off and it's doing well. And that just goes to show that bold vision that we talked about.
So thank you, Trustee Cunningham. So along those lines, it did make me think about launch, and to what his point is that, several years ago we said, let's put more focus in the intermediate grades. Writing the launch curriculum, now we've got Cambridge, creating all these world-class opportunities for these intermediate students is very important. So it's definitely an emphasis that we've had, and we appreciate all you're doing with it. So thank you, and yes, we look forward to more data and to see how the students do. So thank you very much for being here. Thanks for the presentation. All right, and with that, we're going to go into the community input portion. The purpose of community input is for the entire board to receive feedback from citizens. The board will hear the public comments but will not respond except as authorized by the Texas Open Meeting Act. Matters brought forth that require a response will be addressed by the superintendent as appropriate. Community input is scheduled for 30 minutes and has 2 forums. Those requesting to address the board regarding items on the board agenda are granted up to 3 minutes to address their topics, and those who sign up to address items not on the board agenda are granted 1 minute. On behalf of the board, the superintendent, and CCISD staff, we welcome your input during CCISD school board meetings. We request that everyone exhibit the respect and understanding each person deserves when addressing the school board during the public input portion of the meeting. And with that, we're going to go to Miss Linda Riley.
Hi. Yeah,
So you'll come forward and
sorry.
looks like the microphone's already on. And you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I don't think I need 3 minutes. I have some questions about Bluebonnet and Carnegie, and Cambridge, and I appreciate their presentation, but I'm still quite confused. I don't understand how Bluebonnet has to do with Cambridge, not Carnegie. Excuse me. Carnegie is who bought Bluebonnet, and that's why I have that word in my head. Because am I to understand that Bluebonnet is the curriculum you're going with, but Cambridge is how you're teaching it? That's what it kind of sounds like to me. And then, sorry, I wrote these down. From what you were just talking about, it sounds like the Bluebonnet is only going to be 6 through 8, not elementary. And on the Bluebonnet workbooks, can you 100% guarantee that all of the errors will be gone from the workbooks before the fall? The curriculum department is supposedly going through the workbooks this fall. That's what I was, this summer, that's what I was told by my principal. I'm wondering, is that CCISD employees or is that volunteers? And if it's volunteers, who's overseeing the review? How many people in the department are in charge of going through the workbooks to ensuring there's no errors? And also, the last question is, when was this available for public review and input? From what I've been told the last couple of days, I actually am not opposed to it, other than all of the supposed errors that are in these workbooks. That's a big problem for me. When I was talking to other parents and even a board member about it, it was suggested that the information was even leaked, which doesn't sound like anybody wanted us to know that Bluebonnet was coming into it. And I know that there's funding coming to the district because the kids are going to Bluebonnet, but we're not on a grant, but you're still getting the $60 per student. So is that directly just so you can help with the deficit in the budget? I think that was all my questions. Sorry, that was a lot, but that was all my questions. Oh, I did take almost 3 minutes. I'm gonna go back.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate the questions. All right, next up, Mr. William Oliver.
Good evening, board members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is William Oliver, and I'm a parent in this district. I'm here tonight to respectfully urge this board to decline adoption of the Bluebonnet Learning Math curriculum specifically, and to share broader concerns about the Bluebonnet program as a whole. First, on the math curriculum directly, the assessment tools with Bluebonnet Math do not align with STAR benchmarking standards that our teachers and families rely on to monitor student progress. There are also unresolved questions about parent visibility into how students are performing within this curriculum. These are not small operational details. They directly affect our ability to identify and support struggling students in real time. Until those gaps are addressed, adoption would be premature. Second, quality and accuracy across the Bluebonnet program. The State Board of Education recently required the TEA to correct more than 4,200 errors across Bluebonnet materials including mathematical errors and word problems and equations, as well as over 1,000 improperly licensed images. 4 other publishers combined submitted just 16 correction requests. Regardless of subject area, this pattern of errors across the entire Bluebonnet catalog raises serious questions about the program's readiness and quality control. Third, financial incentive versus educational merit. Districts receive $60 per student to adopt Bluebonnet. I want to be direct. That incentive structure should not be the deciding factor in curriculum decisions. When a program arrives with thousands of documented errors and unresolved implementation questions, adopting that funding comes at a real cost to student outcomes and district credibility. Finally, I want to acknowledge the broader concern. The constitutional questions surrounding Bluebonnet's reading language arts curriculum raised by legal scholars, the ACLU, and the Freedom from Religion Foundation reflect a pattern of decision by TEA that prioritizes political considerations over educational quality. Even if the math curriculum stands apart from those specific concerns, it is part of the same program and the same pattern. CCISD's curriculum committee has already signaled reservations about this material, and I appreciate that leadership. I am simply asking the board to follow through, decline the Bluebonnet math curriculum, and hold the line on standard CCISD student deserve, the standards that CCISD students deserve. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, and next up, Miss Ashley Burring.
Good evening. My name is Ashley Buring. I have 2 children attending Campbell Elementary School, and I am also a former CCISD teacher. I've come this evening to express serious concerns about the adoption of the Bluebonnet curriculum. First and foremost is the blurring of the separation of church and state by the use of Christianity-based lessons within the reading curriculum. CCISD is home to a diverse population of students, not just Christian, but those that practice Hinduism, Islam, Judaism, and others. A foundational principle of teaching is to teach without bias. As a teacher, we scrutinized our lessons and assessments to ensure every student walking through our door had an equal opportunity to be successful. With a single religious point of view, Bluebonnet introduces bias, and in doing so, marginalizes populations of our students. CCISD is listed as a district of innovation. It made sense because NASA resides within its borders. The success of NASA would not be possible without embracing diversity and inclusion. In contrast, Bluebonnet is a whitewashed depiction of history by minimizing several topics, including but not limited to slavery, racism and the emergence of white supremacy, women's suffrage, and the Chicano movement. Our students deserve to know the full history of our country, good, bad, and ugly, in order to fully understand grit in the face of unimaginable adversity, as Frederick Douglass, Susan B. Anthony, Dolores Huerta, and NASA's own Katherine Johnson experienced. Third, now let's discuss the subpar quality of this curriculum. I've read that over 4,200 errors were identified and submitted for taxpayer-funded correction within Bluebonnet. In contrast, only 16 were submitted by other publishers. So let's be generous and say that 500 factually inaccurate lessons within Bluebonnet. In order to remove a misconception, that lesson would have to be retaught between 6 to 20 times in order to regain that mastery for a student. So that would be anywhere between 3,000 and 10,000 lessons to correct those mistakes. That's abysmal and as such unsuitable to the standard of education that we hold for our students. So let's put it in perspective and say that this is a first-year teacher. The teacher makes 4,200 errors over the course of the year because they didn't proofread and they didn't double-check themselves, which is pretty obvious with this curriculum. A teacher's contract is for 187 days, which means they make an average of 22.5 mistakes per day due to insufficient planning, resulting in low student performance. As such, as a parent, I would expect that teacher's contract to not be renewed and that they not be allowed within 1,000 feet of a CCISD school. That exact same expectation should be held for any curriculum taught. If Bluebonnet is implemented, irreparable damage to our students, especially our most vulnerable populations in SPED, 504, and our English language learners will be done.
Thank you. All right. Next up, we have Miss Ann Hammond.
Have a resolution on celebrating the International Day of Mathematics. Whereas the International Day of Mathematics, also known as Pi Day, is celebrated each March 14th to highlight mathematics' central role in science, technology, engineering, and daily life. And whereas this global recognition of mathematics' importance in our lives was established by the United Nations in 2019, and whereas the 2026 theme in Mathematics and Hope, recognizing mathematics as the universal language that inspires optimism and cooperation, and whereas connecting hope in mathematics creates opportunities to create deeper insight into reality and truth across the entire curriculum, to share common definitions, to learn cooperation, to use data responsibility to find common strategies, to advance knowledge, and to improve the human condition, and whereas Clear Creek ISD teachers recognize mathematics' lifelong importance and encourages students to excel in the clear, logical thinking that mathematics encourages. Therefore, be it resolved that the Association of Former Board Trustees recognizes the critical role mathematics plays in our lives and congratulates the board, administration, teachers, and students for their achievements in mathematics and STEM disciplines. I did it. Thank you.
Thank you. Just in the nick of time. All right, Miss Jennifer McDonald. Miss McDonald? No. And lastly, Mr. Thomas Davis. All right. So next we'll go to our district update. Dr. Engel.
Yes, for the March update, first I want to talk about Clear Tech. Clear Creek ISD, in partnership with Texas Tech K-12 Virtual, are reshaping virtual learning in Texas. We are thrilled to launch a full-time virtual learning program in the fall of 2026. Students will be able to receive rigorous asynchronous learning, all the while being connected to our community. In our first week, we had 59 applications either in progress or completed, and more than 145 parents attended one of our informational meetings. We will have 2 more meetings tomorrow. The application window is open through May 15th. Visit www.cleartech.ccisd.net for more information. TASB Governance Camp. Our Superintendent Student Advisory Council was invited to present at the Texas Association of School Boards Governance Camp in Galveston on the importance of student voice and the role student leaders play in creating a culture of belonging. There were 16 students in attendance. Keelan Monk was one of 5 Student Voice Scholarship recipients from across the state and participated in a student panel. An election reminder: it is not too late to register to vote in the May CCISD Board of Trustees election. April 3rd is the last day to register to vote. Candidates are as follows: Jamison Mackay and Ernest Hallman, District 2, and District 3, Arturo Sanchez and Gabriel Gonzalez II. Election day is Saturday, May the 2nd. Finally, student activities. Hundreds of families joined us for a day of creativity and fun during our annual Imagination Celebration last Saturday. From art, music to dance, there was no shortage of activities. A big thank you to the Visual and Performing Arts Department for putting on this special community event for families. And we are in the season of recognizing our top scholars across the district through the Superintendent Scholars Program. Last week, we honored our 1-, 2-, and 3-year scholars at Clear Lake High School and Clear Creek High Schools. We will complete the remainder of our high schools over the next 2 weeks, and our celebration will culminate with our 4-year Superintendent Scholar Dinners in April. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Engel. All right, next item is our consent agenda. Are there any items anybody would like to pull?
Mr. President, I'd like to pull item number 2.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Cheka.
And Mr. President, I'd like to pull item number 9.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cunningham. Any other agenda items anybody like to pull? No? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. President, I move that we approve the consent agenda minus items 2 and 9.
Thanks, Trustee Cunningham. All right, motion on the floor. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please raise your right hand. And no opposed. Motion passes 7-0. All right, item 2, Ms. Cheka.
So I just wanted to pull this item because I think it needs its own vote on this one. 4 years ago, we were at a crossroads and needed a new superintendent, and we had someone that decided that it was more important to come out of retirement to be able to help where she was needed, and since then has led us in an amazing direction. All the new initiatives that have come up, some of the things we've heard of today with Clear Tech, with Carnegie, Vision 2030, and I just can't say enough about how much we appreciate you as a superintendent. And I know that when we got nominated for Board of the Year, a large part of our success was because you are our leader. So I am super excited to be able to say to the whole state that we have the best superintendent. And I just wanted to be able to pull that and open that up to anyone that wanted some comments on that.
Thank you, Trustee Cheka. I'll open up.
I echo what you said. She is a pillar of this community. She's a pillar in the state. She's recognized for her excellence in leadership. I work with a lot of school districts in our region, and everyone always is telling me how fortunate I am to work with her. The cultural shift that has happened here in the last 3 years is monumental. Those kind of cultural shifts do not happen without a lot of work, a lack of sleep, I know. And so thank you. We appreciate you, and we appreciate everything you do.
Thank you, Trustee Lilly. Any other? Go ahead.
Thank you, President Cottrell. I'll just share with the community a few items about this recognition that we do have to take a vote on, as Ms. Cheka said, but just so that the community is aware. So the Texas Association of School Boards honors an outstanding superintendent in the state through the Superintendent of the Year Award Program. It was established in 1984 to recognize achievement and excellence in public school administration. And so in addition to the things that have been mentioned this evening, what this recognizes is a superintendent who, what they require is a superintendent who demonstrates exemplary and visionary leadership toward improving student performance, strong leadership skills, dedication to improving the quality of education in their district, and commitment to public support and involvement in education. And anyone who's had the chance to interact with Dr. Engel, anyone who has seen her at numerous events, performances, competitions, challenges, spelling bees, anything that is going on, probably almost 7 days a week if we really add it all up, and always excited to hear about what is happening across the district, getting feedback from teachers and parents and students, and really celebrating in their success. And so as a school board, we talk about a team of 8, and that team of 8 does not happen with just the 7 trustees. It happens because we have a superintendent who shares a vision that reflects what the community is invested in and interprets it in a way that honors what the expectations are for high standards for our students and for others who want to be in this area. So in an environment, we talk about this often, in an environment where the narrative around public education sounds very different than what we would experience on a daily basis. We're thankful and think that it is absolutely appropriate for some more people to get excited about the great things that you've helped to make happen here in CCISD. And so definitely share the excitement and the support and look forward to the process to the extent that we get to contribute and weigh in. I'm confident we'll be able to do that. So thank you. Thank you, Dr. Engel. Thank you, President Cottrell.
Yeah, thanks, Trustee Sanchez. All right.
I would just say that the energy this woman has is amazing, and she's probably done more in the 3 years that I've been on the board than most superintendents would do in a 10-year career. You've moved us forward fast. Now, some of it we've failed fast, but you've adapted to the new climate we find ourselves in. Just think about at the intermediate level, we've created 2 new courses. We're moving forward. We're not just talking about doing things, we're actually getting them done. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Trustee McKay. Trustee Larson.
I'd like to echo the other thoughts that have been presented here, but my personal perspective is that anyone in this position, in a position like that, could just put one foot in front of the other, walk the path, do the job, and then take a gold watch and leave at the end of their career. That's not been our superintendent. She's done the hard work. She's taken on the big things. She's gone forth boldly, and I think we ought to recognize that.
All right, thank you, Trustee Larson. Trustee Cunningham.
And I've probably told this story a million times, but when Dr. Engel had retired, I still kept in touch with her and Facebook stalked her, basically. She had gone on a 2-week European vacation, and she was actually getting ready to leave to start an educational system for a village in the Philippines through her church. And when I reached out to her, I said, Dr. Engel, we, are looking for an interim superintendent. And when you called me back, you had told me that you would have to confer with your husband, Mike, first. And then you had already called your church to get everything, situated, your replacement and everything. And something struck me because you said, and I think you were thinking, that we were bringing you back to fulfill your old role as assistant superintendent of secondary schools. And I said, no, Karen, we need an interim superintendent, period. And just a couple of events, a couple months, it was evident that a person that has grown up in the system, a person that has attended schools, worked at various levels, principal, assistant principal, ran Clearview High School, etc. Like I said, all levels of the district. It was in your previous role, it put you in contact with the community. Those relationships were genuine. You were accepted with open arms. People were throwing rose petals at your feet whenever we went to events. And it was just evident. It was just evident that God put you in a place where you need to be at the right time. And we're just fortunate that that right time was coming back, and working with us. As Trustee Sanchez says, that team of 8, you need a strong team, and you completed that 8. Can't thank you enough. Very excited on your journey. I sat on the committee that picked Dr. Nevins, and he went on to National Superintendent of the Year. Your story is similar to his story, so I'm very excited to see how you do, and wish you nothing but the best, and can't thank you enough.
Thank you, Trustee Cunningham. So everybody's had a turn. So they've really, done a great job of, telling the story and our why we are nominating you for this. And, everything hopefully comes full circle for you. The PTA Superintendent of the Year 24, a board that was a finalist for HEB, Excellence in Education in 25. So why not, right? Why not? So yes, everything that they had mentioned, we're blessed to have you. We appreciate you. We appreciate the team you put together. They do a great job of taking care of the students, high academic achievement, and pushing our boundaries and creating a culture of excellence, which is the ABCs that we're here for. And so we do appreciate you. And so, yes, thank you, Trustee Checa, for pulling this item. I know we all wanted to say that, you know, we're with you, we support you. And with that, we officially need a motion.
I am happy to make the motion. I would like to move to approve to nominate Dr. Karen Engel for the Texas Association of School Board Superintendent of the Year.
All right, thank you, Trustee Checa. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please raise your right hand. All right, and 7-0, no opposed. All right, thank you very much. And with that,
And Mr. President,
Yes.
number 9, I wanted to pull this because I also wanted to highlight Greg. Greg, if you could just step forward. A lot of people don't know, but your department was just recognized for the 11th year in a row for the TASBO Award of Merit. 11 years in a row. So, and just being on the board for those 11 years, I just want to say that, you know, thank you for bringing those best practices. Thank you for shaping the purchasing department. Some of the things you've done in terms of, you know, eliminated single source as much as you can. Working with our local businesses to get them involved, you know, whether it was conducting classes for the bidding process, you know, et cetera, and then providing them valuable feedback. Just some of the best practices, you know, that you either learn from your peers, you learn, you know, across the state, but bringing that back to our district, can't thank you enough, and that's one of the reasons why the department's been recognized that long. So, you know, I'm more than happy, and Mr. President, I move that the board adopts the resolution authorizing Greg Cruthertz as an ILA by Board of Trustee member. So thank you.
all right. Thanks, Trustee Cunningham, for that motion. Motion on the floor. Any other comments, discussion? All right. My comments are, this is very exciting to see you have this opportunity, and we really look forward to it. We know that you've been very committed and supportive of the district, and of course the BI board. That was one of the first words that I learned when I got on the school board was somebody want to do business with us, tell them talk to BI board. So, you know, it's.
Work with and collaborate with someone like you from across the state that are involved with public purchasing, as well as the ability to sit on the other side of the table for a change to approve the contracts that BI board is going to use and make available to districts across the entire state. So,
wonderful. Yeah, thank you. All right, seeing one more.
Yeah, I was just going to say that opportunities like this are a no-brainer, right? I mean, it means we have influence at a statewide level. So any opportunity that our teams get to participate in a statewide organization, it's good for the school district and it's good for their growth. So I just appreciate you taking this on, and it's been a pleasure working with you.
Yeah, being a board member isn't always easy. All right, any other?
I just wanted to briefly say that it's a win for the state as well, and that you know, it's great that our expertise is brought forwards where all Texans can enjoy it as well.
Thanks, Trustee Larson. No other discussion. All in favor, please raise your right hand. All right, and no opposed. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you and congratulations. All right, so next item on the agenda is a capital projects facility related.
Okay, and Mr. Aragon will request the use of capital project funds for exterior projects at Challenger Columbia Stadium. And these improvements will enhance operational access, safety, and the long-term functionality of the facility. Thank you, Mr. Avedon.
Good evening, that is correct. I'm here to request to use funds from the bond 2017 savings and interest totaling $133,000 for some needed repairs at the Challenger Columbia Stadium. It's 3 projects that we anticipate will be done before graduation. First one will be replacing all of the aged and weathered steel gates that are around the district. Our maintenance team is having problems right now with the rusting of being able to close them, and they're doing a lot of temporary repairs. So I think it's time that we move forward with a good powder coated and galvanized steel system that will last approximately 20 years. The second project is to add 2 ramps at some existing sidewalks to help with accessibility and for maintenance and emergency vehicles to access the stadium. And the third one is to replace some rusted and aged signs around the stadium to give it a fresh new look. And all this we anticipate to be done before graduation.
All right. Thank you, Alex. I appreciate it. All right. Open up. Anybody have any questions, comments? No? Okay. I'll entertain a motion. Yes, Trustee Sanchez.
Mr. President, I move that we accept the superintendent's recommendation to use capital project funds of $133,000 for facility-related projects.
All right. Thank you, Trustee Sanchez. All right. Motion on the floor. Any other discussion? Seeing none. All in favor, please raise your right hand. All right. No opposed. Motion passes 7-0. All right. Next item, instructional resources.
Okay. So in accordance with CCISD policy EFA and new state legislation regarding instructional materials review and approval, the elementary and secondary math subject area subcommittees have completed the instructional materials review process. They have presented their final recommendations to the Instructional Materials and Technology Allotment Committee, IMTA, and the District Educational Improvement Committee. The more than 65 subject area participants were composed of teachers, parents, and administrators. Dr. Stallings, Assistant Superintendent for Teaching and Learning, will begin the presentation, followed by Elementary Math Coordinator Rachel Powell. I'm sorry, I just elevated you to secondary. Ooh, she's like, she just took that. Maybe that's a demotion. No, I'm just kidding. I love secondary. I know. So elementary, Rachel Powell. Secondary math coordinator, Tracy Paddock, who you heard from just a few minutes ago. And the CCISD School Improvement Officer, Ms. Vina Dawes. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Stallings.
Thank you, Dr. Engel. We'd like to begin this evening by explaining how recent state-level changes to the instructional materials adoption process have significantly reshaped how districts evaluate, select, and implement high-quality curriculum aligned to state standards and accountability expectations. So, for a little history, in the year 2023, House Bill 1605 replaced the process of textbook adoptions, which were then called proclamations, with a new one called the Instructional Materials Review Approval, and we call that IMRA, whereby the State Board of Education first evaluates all materials for consideration and approves them for considerations from school districts. So we think of it like basically a bookshelf. So they approve them, and then they go on the bookshelf and house products that are high quality and aligned with the Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills. These materials on this shelf provide more parent transparency and new funding incentives. The incentive comes in allotment of $40 per student to choose one of the materials that is chosen from the shelf of HQIM, the high quality instructional material. Math materials K-12 are among the first to go through this new EMRA process along with ELA. We are here tonight because our current math instructional materials, which were adopted previously through a proclamation, are expiring this year. The publisher we used previously is not yet on the EMRA shelf. However, we had 6 high-quality instructional materials options for both elementary and secondary for consideration. So that's the state level process. We in CCISD are guided by, as Dr. Engel mentioned, local policy EFA, which establishes subject area committees led by our math coordinators and consisted of 3 distinct committees made up of 80% classroom teachers, representing all feeder patterns. The remaining 20% of these subject area committees comprised of parents, community, instructional technology, and campus administration. We had over 65 members on 3 separate committees. One was for K-5, another committee was grade 6 through Algebra 1, and then the third committee was for Geometry Plus, which means geometry and advanced math for secondary. So these subject area committees attend meetings, follow district adoption guidelines, engage colleagues for input, review all instructional materials using rubrics, and consider what is best for our district. Our facilitators serve as the non-voting members for the subject area committees by communicating district adoption procedures, coordinating committee membership, organizing and overseeing all committee activities, and acting as the liaison between those committees and a committee that I'm going to explain in a minute, the IMTA. So here's an image of our timeline. We began our work last fall with the establishment of these subject area committees, and our subject is math, led by Mrs. Padgett and Mrs. Powell. Their work involved multiple meetings with their groups, both in person and virtually, answering questions and providing clarity regarding the various products under consideration. In December, we had a textbook hearing to allow all of the publishers time to meet with our committee members, and following this, we had a public hearing in February and secured feedback from the committees for our next step in the process. That in turn led to the facilitators presenting to the Instructional Materials and Technology Allotment Committee, which is different from EMRA, this is IMTA, for approval and funding considerations. This committee is local and meets at least 3 times a year in order to consider requests for instructional materials, technology equipment, and professional learning. The IMTA committee is also charged with ensuring that our district has the instructional materials that cover all elements of the TEKS across the district. The IMTA committee is composed of the following members. We have representatives from campus administration, including principals from each level, elementary, intermediate, and high school, the assistant superintendent of teaching and learning, the director of professional learning, our chief financial officer, our controller, our executive director of special ed, our chief technology officer, our director of purchasing, and our instructional materials and distribution coordinator, who is here with us this evening, and I want to thank her in public for her 23 years in this role, Miss Jill Dorland. The next step included a presentation to the District Education Improvement Committee, DEIC, which is comprised of teachers from each elementary, intermediate, and high school campus, along with parents, community members, and campus administrators. Following local policy allows us a multitude of opportunities to seek input on our process and make the best decision for our students and staff. So to recap the local process, we go through each of these committees to ensure that all voices are heard before we come to you for for your consideration of our recommendations. At this time, we are asking you to consider our recommendations for Bluebonnet Learning through the publisher Great Minds for kindergarten through 5th grade mathematics, and Bluebonnet Learning through Carnegie Learning for grades 6 through Algebra 2. In addition, for math electives, we are asking you to consider the following publishers: McGraw-Hill, Mathematic, Cengage, Pearson, and Cosenza. I'll now invite our coordinators to share deeper insight into the key decisions that have shaped this adoption process. Before I do, I want to take a moment to recognize and sincerely appreciate their leadership, dedication, and the thoughtful work that they've put into guiding this effort. We'll start with elementary.
Good evening. It's really my privilege to bring to you the strengths that the committee found in this book. Bluebonnet does support the use of rigorous, research-based mathematics practices. I wanted to bring a sample and just play a game with you. I'll open to this page and let's see if we teach this. And I'll open to this page and let's see if we teach this. And I didn't bring it because it was going to be boring, because it was always going to happen. I just kept opening the books and saying what would be wrong with teaching. Oh, look, there's combinations to 10. Oh, look, these are the math practices we're already using. Secondly, the committee found that the manipulatives, the math tools that you have to spend thousands of dollars on in this purchase, we already own them because we already believe in math tools and teaching math from the concrete to the procedural in elementary. So we're passing up on the $1,000 of manipulatives that would crowd our closets and our classrooms with things we already own. This program still maintains a strong focus on written mathematical reasoning and justification. Yes, we've used some computer programs, but we've been doing a lot of work on paper and asking students to show their work. In 2014, the TEKS changed, and the TEKS asked us to be thinkers, not math solution finders, but thinkers, just like Cambridge already shared with you. We have believed in those TEKS since 2014, and this program on their worksheet says, now tell us why you did it. What did you try and why? This is important because life doesn't work for the same answer every day. My friend Vina was stuck in traffic this morning for 15 minutes because the road she gets to work on didn't work today. But she was a thinker. She thought ahead. Who should I call? Who do I tell I'm going to be late to that? She's really grateful I used her name out loud just now. Also,
Rachel.
Yes, sir.
If I could just stop you right there. Can you go back, because I just for those watching at home, because I'm sure we have a lot of parents watching from home, can you just explain TEKS?
In 2014, the state of Texas said to teachers, hey, let's teach math different. Here are the TEKS. And it's our curriculum. It's by law the curriculum when you sign your contract in the state of Texas. I may or may not have said that to a teacher or two, that we do teach the TEKS. That's what you signed up to do. And the first portion of the TEKS are process standards, which say we'll teach children how to think. We'll teach children how to work through math. We won't just teach you to add, but we'll also teach you to think about what way would you like to add? Are you fast at adding? You could use this. Are you slower at adding? Do you want a tool? So the TEKS opened the gate for saying math isn't just a one-way ticket. And I taught junior high school when math was a one-way ticket. And I showed the one way, and if you couldn't figure out the one way, I felt really bad for you that you couldn't find out the one way that we knew to teach it. Now I can look for another route in, and I'm teaching children to look for another route in. And this program, this Bluebonnet Learning still does that. Okay. The fourth thing that they noticed is that the problem-solving framework in this book, it's called Read, Draw, Write. And it's just amazing that in my last PL the other day, first thing we talked about is when kids encounter a story problem, and math comes in stories, we need to read the story well. We need to understand the story. We need to know why the author wrote the story. What does he want to figure out? And then we've taught children to sketch. Take a moment and make a drawing of what's going on in this story. Often the sketch will give away the math, and then we proceed into writing equations, using numbers, etc. So when we look at Bluebonnet Learning, they're still asking us to have kids read, draw, and then write like a mathematician. So again, they found that strength. And finally, the strength in the Bluebonnet process is one of the biggest, is their daily spiral review. Fact Fluency is coming back to a school district near you, except it's done better. When I did mad minutes to my kids back in the day, I did teach in the 90s. Back in the 90s, we turned on that timer and they were just doing random problems as fast as they could. The neat thing about this spiral review is that it actually uses a strategy on the page. So they might do all plus ones and minus ones because they want kids to figure out one number away quickly. Can you quickly move? So the strategy pages, although they are timed, they are in order to compete with yourself. You compete with yourself. If you've got 5 problems right today, how about you get 6 tomorrow? And that's a daily practice. In fact, Fluency, we believe that students who know their facts do better in algebra. And then the other thing it incorporates daily is a daily story problem. Every day, kids are going to look at a story problem, talk with their friends, work with their teacher, and say, and it's a review story problem. So we're going to get a chance to go back every day and say, don't forget we learned about that earlier this year. Remember, that's around. Now, we are asking to purchase the textbooks from the original publisher. Before Texas called it Bluebonnet, it was owned by Great Minds and it was owned by Carnegie. We'd like to buy it from the original publisher because they have a more robust online dashboard to support teachers. When I get to the next slide, I'll give you more of those critical details of what's in that online dashboard. One of the things that Great Minds has by purchasing it from them, and what Carnegie has, is access to student-facing videos. These are the videos that students can watch to be reminded, what did I learn today? What did we learn last week? A teacher can use these on her Canvas page. There's access to teacher-facing videos. I cannot tell you in my 12 years how many times I've been asked, will you make videos? We'd like videos. Can you make a video of every lesson? As much as I wanted to. I had a hard time finding the equipment, the human, and the teacher that wanted to be videoed. But this program comes with a teacher video for every lesson that they teach. They can watch a 5 to 8 minute in Great Minds and a few minutes in Carnegie. Every lesson can be pre-watched. Daily, teachers are provided with a slide deck. Most educators now like to teach from a PowerPoint or a Canvas. It's pre-prepared, and all that the teacher has to do is say, well, you know what? Rebecca's been sad lately. I'm putting her name in my story today. The story's going to be about Rebecca instead of Billy, whatever came up in the story. And Arturo really likes collecting Pokemon cards. So the story today is going to be about Arturo and his Pokemon cards. The difference is the teacher didn't have to create the whole slide presentation. She only had to slip in the names of her students and their favorite items into the stories, which is such a gift to a teacher's time. Finally, in both programs, we're asking to purchase their intervention and extension support because we want to support the learner who struggles during first-time learning because they're not quite ready, and the student who's already ahead of the first-time teach and needs an extension to work on. We don't want teachers to have to go out and find those. We want to provide those in the product. Scripted lessons. A box or not a box? Is a script helpful? Well, I have a little bit of one, but I'm not a big script person. So I'd be the teacher that'd want to make some brief notes and get on about down the road. Got other friends that I teach with, they want to read the whole lesson. What did the teacher say then? What will the kids say? Oh no, what might happen then? And so these products supply a teacher with the ability to read a script ahead of time and treat it like what you call a vignette. A vignette is basically a narrative of what could happen during this lesson. That's provided for every lesson again. Again, teachers have asked us, will you please write us lesson plans that tells exactly what to do? We tried, but we can't do that as a small team of people trying to provide every lesson every day, and this book did it. What we're going to spend the summer doing is reading through every one of those lessons and curating them for Clear Creek ISD. We're going to make sure they meet our standard. We're going to look at the assessments, the exit tickets. That team is me and my 4 new district content specialists that used to be math coaches and have now moved to the district level on my team, and teachers, and I have some APs, and I have some campus instructional specialists who used to be coaches and are now going to be all contents. We have a team of 6 to 7 people each day reading through each lesson to make sure that we're good to go, that we'll put that lesson in front of kids in Clear Creek ISD.
Rachel, I just want to hop in. So this is the framework, but then we're going to tailor it to our...
We always Clear Creek ISD it. Because my team knows 40 years in the work, we're not doing sloppy work for kids. We're not doing sloppy work for teachers. We're going to do our absolute best to read every one of those lessons and make sure that we can stand behind it.
And this question is for Dr. Stallings, because it kind of highlights something that you said back when you started off the presentation. But could you just list some of the different curriculum that we have in the district, like math, ELA?
Oh, right. It's for every content, like for the instructional materials to consider everything. Yes, it's not just your core. It's CTE, it's visual and performing arts, it's fine arts, it's athletics, if there are courses, math, science, social studies, all of that. That has to come out of the instructional materials and technology allotment.
I think the misnomer is we're adopting everything, right? Well, when I say everything, I mean Bluebonnet. We're adopting Bluebonnet.
Oh, no,
ELA,
sir.
science.
No, sir. We are only here tonight to seek your approval of our recommendation for math.
Right. I just wanted that distinction because
yes, sir.
In talking with some of our community partners, they think that it's...
No, sir.
Okay.
Math only.
So if you think about a new teacher, she has vignettes now to read if she wants to read the vignette, which is script, but let's use vignettes for math. We don't expect to come in, find anybody with that book in their hand. Okay, students, we don't want that. We want them to read it. Or she has the videos. We've created all of the assessments, and we have put star released items on. We will be, I'm speaking as though it were done, but this summer we'll be taking all those assessments. We'll be evaluating them for quality and rigor. We want our kids ready for STAR. We want math to lead to the end result of the STAR test, but we're going to be using the ones already created and aligning them again to Clear Creek ISD's assessment philosophy. There is no way I could create that kind of support for new teachers. The videos, the daily written lesson plans, all the assessments ready, all the exit tickets at the end of their class. I couldn't do it. This product does have a plethora of supports for the teacher. And then we have our family portal that by law Textbooks now must have a family portal, and this textbook does come with the family portal where you can see every lesson being taught. Workbook pages should be going home daily, whether we wrote on the wall or we wrote on our desks. We write everywhere in elementary, so if you haven't been there, you just haven't seen it. We try to write on each other, but we write on walls, we write on desks, and we write on papers. Even if we didn't write on the paper can now travel home that evening for a parent to see what the math was that day. Our professional learning, anytime you take teachers into something new, you better make a big commitment to do the professional learning that they need. And we use a process right now called a unit internalization. We bring the teachers off campus for half a day, several PLCs, so they're not just their one little group of 3 or their one group of 2. We try to get 30 of them in a room together talking about the unit, slicing and dicing it and trying to make sure we understand what it is we're teaching, why we're teaching it, what might be the misconceptions, what might be hard for students, what might we need to do for our brighter students, and we plan to do that for each unit in this new resource because it is new. Your person, Rachel Powell, who's been teaching 40 years, needs just as much support as the new teacher next year to hold hands and do this together. And then finally, we're all working to get off the screens because research doesn't say that the screen time is actually paying off in education for children. So we're not intending to use it as even though it has a digital platform, we're not intending to use that. We are purchasing a lot of workbooks, paper and pencil practice, because we believe that's where it all hits the road. Even when you take a digital test, you need to do the work on your paper before you put your answer in the computer. So that is where we're headed. These publishers, if I did not make that clear, both Great Minds and Carnegie have all of the things that I've spoken about tonight. That's not just Great Minds, it's also Carnegie. Thank you.
Okay, so, oh, go ahead.
Before Tracy starts, I just wanted to share something. If you haven't been to Ms. Powell's room, her space over at PAR, you're doing yourself a disservice. But one of the things that I remember at the beginning of the year taking a picture of is your, I guess, paper letterhead. And I shared it with Dr. Engel the other day. United we learn, together we climb. Elementary math. So I just wanted to share that.
All right. Okay, for secondary, when we looked at Bluebonnet for 6 through Algebra 2, we were intentional about looking for a resource that really built conceptual to procedural because our students are already experiencing that in elementary school. So we want to carry that through into our secondary classrooms. In the Cambridge video, you saw the kids with the counters. They're using those in elementary school. This is that bridge to continue that conceptual learning. So what really stood out to us when we were looking at it is the intentionality in the design. It builds conceptual understanding first, and then it transitions into developing the procedural fluency. And like I said tonight, the balance of conceptual and procedural is important, but the procedural we need for long-term success in mathematics. So the next piece was the strong emphasis on student thinking. So this book does give us the rigor that we need in order for our students to be successful on STAR tests and SAT tests and TSIA tests. And so students are actively engaged in making the sense of mathematics and explaining their reasoning. They're solving problems at higher levels, so they're ready for anything that comes their way. Another important factor is the student experiences. The lessons are structured to engage the students in the meaningful learning. It's not just, here's your steps, We want them to truly understand the math and the why behind it. And finally, it provides the consistency across the grade levels. So we now have a clear pathway from kindergarten math through Algebra 2 so that the students are building knowledge that connects in a coherent way all the way to Algebra 2. All right, so connecting, one of the other things that we looked at was we're already using Bluebonnet in two things that we're doing in CCISD. The Cambridge course that I spoke earlier, the Cambridge framework is how they're thinking about their learning, and it sets the vision of where we want them to be thinking. The Bluebonnet is the tool. The Bluebonnet provides the pathway of how to get to that vision that Cambridge sets. And the other piece is that we're using Bluebonnet is for our targeted support. And Ms. Vina Doss is here to talk about how we're using Bluebonnet in intermediate math for targeted support.
So I had the opportunity to work closely with a few of our targeted campuses this year. So when we analyzed their data, we found that there was a misalignment between the written curriculum, the taught curriculum, and the tested curriculum. So the tested curriculum rigor was really high, but the instruction and the written curriculum were not meeting that rigor. So what the instructional coaches did to support the teachers on those campuses were to write the assessments, and they used the Bluebonnet materials to create the daily lessons. So this took a lot of burden away from the teachers for the planning purposes, so they could focus their attention on the kids for direct instruction. And all their energy went into interventions and extensions instead of creating the materials. And we found, now this growth is slow, but we are finding that the outcomes we are getting there. And hopefully when we get the STAR scores, we'll know a little more and we can analyze that data even more. So what I would say is, through our work with targeted campuses, we realize that alignment is not a strategy. It truly is an intervention right now for those campuses. That alignment is really needed between the curriculum, instruction, and assessment. And when that happens, we really create some magic.
Okay, and so for our high school elective courses, they're a little bit different because every course has their specific needs. So we have algebraic reasoning and pre-calculus. They were two courses that only had one high quality instructional material. Going back to the reference that Dr. Stallings talked about, there's only one option on the bookshelf for those two courses. And so we felt that it's best to go with a book that's on the bookshelf because of the support that comes with it versus going off that bookshelf. And so we get strong embedded supports for the teachers and the students by getting a high quality instructional material. Our AP courses, they selected resources that are designed to support the AP classroom, and they align directly with what College Board is doing. They ensure that our students are ready for the AP course as well as taking the AP exam. And the one that I'm really excited about is our financial math, because y'all just approved that in the fall. And so we found a resource through Cengage that is going to help prepare our students for post-Algebra 2 in CCISD with our world-class education. We really want our students to complete Algebra 2 before they graduate. And so the financial math is a course after Algebra 2 that will help them prepare for their financial futures and be a better citizen because of that course. And so we found the Cengage book that has real good experiences that the students can go through to manage real life financial situations.
That's it. Okay. To wrap it up, we have this triangle over here that I talked about earlier, the teaching, learning, assessment cycle. When curriculum, instruction, and assessment are fully aligned, students experience true continuity in their learning. Gaps are identified earlier, instruction becomes more targeted, and achievement improves because every component is working towards a common goal. Our proposed adoption intentionally connects the written, taught, and tested curriculum in a very thoughtful and deliberate manner. Our CCISD experts have made sure that this is a great resource. So teachers are no longer left trying to bridge those gaps on their own. CCISD teachers consistently go above and beyond. They invest long hours designing lessons, adapting materials, and creating resources to meet the diverse needs of their kids. Their dedication is undeniable. However, this level of effort is not sustainable. Over time, it leads to burnout. By providing high-quality instructional materials, we shift the workload, ensuring teachers can focus their time and energy on what matters most, delivering strong, impactful instruction rather than spending countless hours creating those resources. So by providing them this HQIM, we are not reducing the teacher effort. We are just redirecting it towards impact, more impact. Strong materials will set the bar. Teacher expertise and personality will bring them to life. We won't have a cookie-cutter lesson in every classroom. That teacher will still put their personality and expertise into it. So the lessons are not going to be scripted, not standardized, but internalized, personalized, and rigorous, the CCISD way.
All right, that concludes our presentation, and now we would like to hear your feedback and your questions.
Thanks, Dr. Stallings. Thank you all. All right, and I'm sure there's lots to go around. So, who wants to open it up? Anyone?
Sure, I'll go first. Thank you, guys. I know after seeing that whole process of what the curriculum goes through for the approval process, that's a lot. So thank you to everyone that served on one of those boards, the committees. It's so important because that is really the root of what our kids are learning. And so I love that you said the why, especially in math, because sometimes that's kind of hard to conceptualize. You think of algebra and you're math facts, and so having kids think outside the box, I think we heard that a lot from Ms. Karenik when she was giving her presentation. I think we really need a strong curriculum that focuses on that teaches the kids how to figure it out on their own. I know I heard a lot from my 6th grader this year, probably whole first month of school. My teacher isn't helping me. I don't know how to do it. My teacher isn't telling me how to do it. And as a parent, sometimes you're like, what do you mean your teacher's not helping you? But it's teaching them to think on their own. And I think that is such a strong trait that we're instilling in these students. I love the back to pencil and paper. I know most of the parents here probably had a textbook that you went home with every day and a workbook. I think that also helps with transparency for our parents. Our parents can now see every single day what your kid is working on, and instead of having to, I need to log on and see what the lesson was on the computer. Love the less screen time. I think that's great. I know we're going to all this electronics, but it's just great to get back to the pencil and paper, especially in math. I guess my one question would be, if a parent still has questions about what exactly is in this curriculum, is that online now for those parents to go online and look at what's coming up for the fall?
Thank you. Yes. My easy route is Google, and I put in Bluebonnet Math TEA. And then from there, it takes you to K-5 math. It'll take you to 6-8 math. It'll take you your pathways from there. The raw, down and dirty copies of the curriculum, the teacher's guide, the course guide, the workbooks that we're going to be using, those are all called open education resources. So they're open to the public now. That's been exciting for the teachers as well, as they've heard the rumors that we might choose this one. They're like, when can we see it? And I was like, now. Just go to TEA and you find the product there.
And then my other question is, we've heard a lot about the mistakes that were in the curriculum. Are they revamping it over the summer, or what is that workbook that's going to come out in the fall? Is it still getting revisions made, or how are they addressing those
Yeah,
concerns.
Ms. Dorland actually helped with this answer because that was one of the questions, because we had asked to receive some resources and they would not send it because they are making those corrections, because it is definitely, or it was definitely a concern from us and our committees about, I know there was a lot of publicity about all of the errors, but when we really dug a little deeper into that, which I think Mr. Cunningham was alluding to, is that remember, this process just started last year with ELA and math, and most of the errors, I'm not saying that there were not math errors, I'm not saying that, but the errors that are in the math side were not specifically tied to teaching and instructional math. It was typos, formatting, copyright images, and some were updates and improvements on what was there. But we do believe that obviously the state is making great strides to get that corrected.
Thank you, Trustee Cheka. All right. Anyone else? Questions, comments? Trustee Larson.
Yeah. I have another tough question, and that has to do with the money. And I'd like to know to what extent, and I think I saw that in one of these charts, but I want to hear it here. To what extent was the fact that Bluebonnet comes at a discount a factor in its selection?
For us, I spoke about the incentive because there are different allotments from the state to help guide those decisions, but we are not basing our decision on the cost incentive. Our adoption decisions are guided by instructional priorities and program effectiveness rather than the financial incentives.
And by program effectiveness, and I mean, I like to speak as plainly as I possibly can. Are we talking about student outcomes here?
Correct.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear. Thanks.
Yeah, I was going to just add, because we're already using it in Cambridge, we are seeing that success in the Bluebonnet, which did lead us to investigate deeper into the product.
Thank you. All right. Trustee Cunningham.
I have a couple. Ms. Dawes, for people at home, can you describe your role? Can you let people know what your role is and what you do on a day in, day out basis?
Sometimes I can't figure it out myself. But I work very closely with campuses. Currently, I have been working with the curriculum coordinators. So when I started my work, the first thing I did was analyze the data to see where is the disconnect. Why do we have certain campuses not performing at the level needed? I met with their instructional coaches. I met with their administrative team, and just had a lot of conversations. And looking at data from those conversations, I figured out that we do have a need where we need to have planning time for these teachers with a person who's an expert with the curriculum. So the first thing when you look at your data and you have students that are not performing, your meets is not at a 60% for either ELA or math, you know that your tier 1 instruction is not where it needs to be. So to get that tier 1 instruction right, who are the best at curriculum? It's the curriculum coordinators. So what we did was we took those targeted campuses and they come and plan those PLC teams. I'll just give you an example. The 3rd grade teachers, all for, I think we had 4 planning sessions, correct me if I'm wrong, Rachel. And they all came and planned with Ms. Powell. And then the same thing, the ELA teachers planned with Ms. Hearn and Ms. Bea Marks. And the science teachers did with science. So they planned with them, and the assessments they took, and then we monitored the data and then put interventions in place. So that's a big part of my role. And then if they are planning, is that implementation happening on campuses? So then we would do the learning walks to see if things were being implemented. So we just got the benchmark data back. And to tell you what I do yesterday, I was at 4 campuses meeting with each of the administrative teams to go over their growth matrix. So we compared their 2025 STAR data to 2026 benchmark. And we saw, are there any kids who have gone backwards? And thanks to our assessment department, I know if Dr. Henley is still here, but they provided, oh, there she is. Coney, Dr. Henley, they give us great data where we can see, are the kids growing? Are they moving backwards? What do we need to do? What TEKs we need to focus on? So we made a targeted plan for each of those students at those campuses. So I guess in a nutshell, that's what I do.
So what I got from that was student outcomes, improvement,
Yes.
and data.
And data.
So I would think your decisions are based on what's best, right?
What's best for kids, yes.
Not
sir.
necessarily the financial, but just what's best.
Oh no, I don't know money. I don't care about
I know
money.
Alice doesn't want to hear
I know,
this.
she
Ms.
doesn't
Benzai
want
didn't want to hear this, but
I'm not even looking at her, but but what I do know is how to ask for money. So I absolutely appreciate all the work that has gone into deciding this resource. And I will tell you one thing, it was not money. It was how good those resources are. And again, over and over again, my 32 years in education, if ever there is a broken link between curriculum, instruction, and assessment, you won't get the desired outcomes. We have to make sure those three are aligned, only then we will see great results.
I have a couple. So, and then Dr. Stallings, just to kind of follow up on Trustee Larson's question, what's the breakdown, or how much do we get from the state, and can you break down specifically what it's for? Because
well, I have Alice back here as phone
on
a friend.
On the presentation, we had, HQIM, high quality instructional materials.
Correct.
But just for fidelity's sake, just for adopting high quality instructional material, you get $40. Is that correct?
Per student, that is correct.
Okay.
There's
and then what's the other breakdown?
I am an English teacher by trade, just so for clarity for me, I always have to think metaphorically or what makes sense to me, and the way it was presented so that I could understand is there are three buckets of money or pots of money or different. IMTA is one that we receive every biennium, and for us in CCISD, it's approximately $7 million for 2 years for all instructional materials. So if we're buying technology applications for whatever, we can dip into the IMTA. There's this second one, which is the financial incentive, which I talked about, is $40 per student to adopt a material from the shelf of HQIM, which has gone through the State Board of Education. In addition to that, and that rolls over. So if we don't use it this year, we can use it next year. There's an additional incentive that is $20 per student, and that you use it or you lose it. A lot of people speak to that for printing, because the state has realized going to less screen time and more workbook requires more printing. So those are the three. Does that answer? Okay.
And then this question is probably for Tracy or Rachel. The instructional materials, and I know that, Carnegie provided, great instructional materials. I'm assuming those carry over with Bluebonnet. And how does that compare to what we're currently using? Or is it a little too early to tell?
Okay, so Carnegie Learning was the original publisher for the secondary courses from 6th grade to Algebra 2. And so I'll just go backwards. Back when we had COVID and there were some gaps in learning, the state bought the resource from Carnegie. So then they rebranded it to be Bluebonnet Learning. So instead of Carnegie owning this product now, they do for other states, but in Texas, you can't go buy this product from Carnegie. You have to get it from Bluebonnet. And so That Bluebonnet, like Rachel said, is an open educational resource, so that gave us the ability to go ahead and use it in our Cambridge course. And so it's out there for people to go ahead and use. Does that answer your question?
But it is the stripped down model. Let's see, it doesn't have automatic air, and it doesn't have power windows. It's a PDF. So the benefit of going back to the publisher to get it is to get the big bundle, the full product of a textbook.
Just to reiterate, there is no religious content. There is no AFL-CIP, nothing embedded in the learning, in the curriculum.
There is no religious content in the math.
I just want to make sure. And then can you just talk about, because we had the presentation earlier, and just in case people weren't tuning in, can you go through how Cambridge is going to be used, how Carnegie, Great Minds, and how they all integrate, I guess, together?
So for our Cambridge courses, we have partnered with Cambridge University. That is our framework. So that's how we want our kids to think about the math. We needed a high quality instructional material to use, and so that's where the Bluebonnet comes in. Bluebonnet is the materials that we use that we put the Cambridge frameworks on. So for instance, in 6th grade Cambridge, the two things that we're really focusing in on is convincing and conjecturing. So we want our students to be conjecturing about math and convincing their teachers and their peers in class. That's Cambridge. That wording is the Cambridge wording. You won't find those words embedded in the Bluebonnet materials when you go look at the PDF. That's how we've taken the Cambridge and put it on top of the Bluebonnet. Does that give you a little bit of clarity? And then the way the whole product, buying it from Carnegie, gives us access to the digital materials, the videos that Rachel spoke about. It gives us the ability, so like we still have the workbooks in secondary math also, so you can do your math on your paper, but you can still go in and put your answers in on the digital platform. We also have asked for the intervention and extension program that's built in, and so that is a program that is going to be personalized for students. So as the students are starting a problem on this lesson, that program's going to level based on where their particular needs are. And so when we have a student that's more advanced, it's going to level them up, and if we have them a little down, it's going to scaffold them to get them back to the grade level.
And then and this is probably for anybody who wants to answer, but what does that say for Dreambox going forward? And what have we found with Dreambox? Because we adopted that right around COVID time. So
Dreambox supported the personalized learning initiative that we took on at the same time that we got Dreambox. It offered in the math secondary time. Remember, we have our Tier 1, which is every day's math lesson all the time. And then we have Tier 2, Tier 3 time, where we allow students to personalize practice. You're missing something, you're ahead. Dreambox brought us along in the personalized journey well. What we cannot find in our Dreambox data is a direct correlation between growth in that program and growth on STAR. We cannot find that direct correlation, and we gave it 9 years to find it. So at this time, it did not move forward as a product we're going to move forward with, and instead, we suggest buying Math Catalyst, which is a Great Minds intervention extension support piece that directly aligns to the the lesson in class. So we liked that Dreambox let a child go everywhere all the time, anywhere they wanted to go, work on their favorite math. We loved that. But we're not finding that it's as productive possibly as aligning Tier 2, 3 to the first time instruction. So the game I would put out during Tier 2, 3 would match the Tier 1 learning. So a better correlation from Tier 1 to 2, 3 than we have been able to find in Dreambox.
And Vina, if you could just be brief on what you found in terms of our elementary math scores and how it relates to the state. Nothing's
Exact numbers.
not exact numbers, but just that correlation.
Right.
Like normally our kids perform,
Right.
well above state average.
Right. We are still above state average, but the rate of growth that we have is we are slowly losing our lead. So we want to stay ahead, right? And when we start leaking in the sense where we are not as strong as we used to be, because the pace at which the state and other districts around us are growing, we are not growing at the same pace. So we are losing our lead. And hopefully having these strong resources and setting the bar high for our teachers as far as the rigor is concerned, I think we will be back on track with that lead.
Thank you, Trustee Cunningham. All right, Trustee McKay.
Yeah, I think it was Trustee Sanchez talked about how it's the people closest to it, our professionals that are closest to this, and we have to trust their judgment. And what I can tell the public, and this I'm going to personalize this, my wife has worked with Miss Powell for quite some time, and when she found out that we were adopting this, she said, well, if Rachel Powell, one of the most discerning people I know, is on board with this curriculum, then she gave it her stamp of approval for what it's worth to you. But I think this is that example of us trusting the job that you do and your professional experience. And so thank you for bringing that to us. And hopefully this presentation has helped a little bit. I know we had, the community input. I would suggest that maybe we carve out this presentation and make it its own standalone video in case there are other questions. But I know that in CCISD we're not there's no flippant decisions being made, and I think that's what people need to know. Hopefully we can cut through some of the noise. Hopefully we see results, and I love the fact that of late we talk about data a lot. We talk about results. Dreambox didn't cut it. We're getting rid of it. Those are the types of data-driven decisions that we need to be making. So thank you all just for your your professionalism and going through this process and just the job that you do in general. So thank you.
Thanks, Trustee McKay. All right, Mr. Larson.
Yeah, I just wanted to suggest that this whole business of trying something new, in order to move forward, you have to try new things from time to time, or else you will get stuck in a rut. And we see what that results in. We'll eventually get run over by the rest of the state. We don't want that to happen. We have to try new things from time to time. I think what's healthy here is that we're willing to let go of new things when they don't work. In a dysfunctional organization, this would be somebody's pet, and they would cling to it because their own ego would be attached to it. That's not us. We try it. If it works, we keep it. If it doesn't work, we let it go. And what we're seeing here, what I'm personally seeing with this adoption process, is that you're doing your very, very best to find the best materials to get our students the best outcome. And that's exactly what we want you to do. So thanks.
Thanks, Trustee Larson. Trustee Sanchez.
Thank you, President Cottrell. So thank you all. Hearing just the thought process and the planning and interpretation and the steps taken, I think is really helpful. While it's a discussion item and a decision item for this evening, what you speak to is really the rigor and the time and all of the work that goes into even bringing something like this forward. And so each of you brings lots of experience, lots of perspectives that could easily be grounded in something that is against any one of the things that have been discussed tonight, very easily. That you maintain a perspective that considers what else we could and should be doing, I think is a testament to really the focus that we have as a district, that we continue to write the story that allows us to have a next chapter. And so for someone who was an English teacher, Dr. Stallings, thank you for providing just the thoughtful responses. I think lots of parents and lots of families, I think lots of teachers, lots of campus administrators, all will have questions, and they should. I hope they do, and I hope they continue to ask us, and I hope that we find value in having an open discussion about all of the things that go into making this kind of decision, and the chance to possibly post some of the questions and answers that would help to diffuse things that may or may not be true. There is lots of attention that's come with Bluebonnet across the state of Texas. I don't think anybody could argue with that. That is not what we are drawn towards. We're drawn towards content that's going to make a difference, that's going to help student improvement and achievement. Does it come with errors? Does it come with things that have not been caught and that otherwise may discount what we think we are going to get? And I think it's possible. If that's where it stopped, it absolutely would be a hard stop that we wouldn't want to move forward with that. But we understand that in the life cycle of content that's being used across the state of Texas, as more than 600 school districts have moved towards this because of the items that it will contain, I think it's up to us to have the discussion, for us to get the information and insight from you all. So I want to thank you for answering all of these questions, for sharing insight and perspective, recognizing that there are probably very, very, very few committees, because we include as many people as we can, that are going to walk out unanimously all in agreement that this is the exact thing to be doing. Anything different is going to challenge our assumptions. It's going to challenge what we're accustomed to, but it's also worth the discussion. It's also worth the questions, and it's worth the rigor that you all have put into it. So thank you for doing that. I do think our ability to answer students and families who have really appreciated aspects of Dreambox. It is not the one solution, but I do know there are students who have either struggled and maybe it's helped them, I'm not sure, and then students who were able to work on problems that were beyond what was otherwise going to be taught in class. And so thinking about some of those things, how our students transition, that today are third graders that will be seeing something new in fourth grade and fifth grade, and how we help ensure that transition, I think, is really key for students and for our families and for teachers too. Because if students start to struggle, what we don't want is for there to be a belief, well, see, this was the wrong thing to do. Because anything new is going to come with some bumps and some hiccups, and I think it's how we help navigate that is going to be really key. So I appreciate all of the information that you all have shared. I do know as a board we'll continue to have these discussions. Ms. Doss has been helping us. I would probably call her a bit of a whisperer at our elementary schools, and being able to go in somewhat stealth and just listen and gather information. And she's very friendly and unassuming, and she's capturing all of this important information that's going to help us to get better. We have done that for a long time at the high school level. We've talked about how we're doing that at the intermediate level, and elementary is where it starts, and so we do want to make sure that we're getting it right. So thank you for bringing this forward. Thank you for the information tonight. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Trustee Sanchez. So I think everybody's done. I just wanted to have a few minutes myself now. There's been a lot of questions, already asked, and a lot of things already mentioned that I had written down, things that I heard tonight and that I've been reading online. Questions, concerns. I watch the news. I read social media. the word bluebonnet just has negative connotation all over it. But maybe for y'all, when you heard the word and that the curriculum's being considered, did you jump on board right away? Would you like to volunteer your? I mean, seriously, Rachel, please, because this is why it's okay that, like Trustee Sanchez said, people ask questions, right? And then we listen, and maybe you were in those shoes.
I suggested in October that I would retire if Bluebonnet was selected by Clear Creek ISD. Because I listened to the negativity before I looked at the product. I read lots on Facebook, and I'm still reading lots on Facebook, but I took the time to look at the product myself, and I, again, was a non-voting member, but I needed to understand what the teachers were seeing. There's nothing wrong with the math. The math is mathing. The math is good math. We're going to teach good math in Clear Creek ISD. When you get past, it's just a different system, one of the things I like best about the program is children don't do anything for more than about 20 to 25 minutes in this system. It's a 60-minute math class. That means it's clipping along and it's moving. And we're competing with a society on tech that's clipping along and moving. But that's going to be different for some of our teachers to do a 5-minute thing and then a 10-minute thing. And that's going to be different, but it's going to be good for kids. So yes, I was blinded by I can't believe it's scripted and all the things, and I'm like, a script? I would die in a classroom where I had to follow a script. I couldn't even follow my own notes tonight. So it's like we need the personality of our teachers to show up and the relationships with the kids to show up. So the script is to support the person who doesn't know what to do. We had a chance to get on a bus and go see it in Deer Park ISD. They implemented full bore this year. And we went in February to see them, and we were able to see a hallway where there were 4 teachers. Each teacher looked different than the other one. One was using technology, one was writing on the workbooks, one was writing on desks, and one was a sub. But the sub had the same script to support her work that the other 3 teachers had. Children didn't lose a day because somebody was out sick with their child or at a PL. So this is teachable by a person who came in as a substitute. But what we did find in every classroom was that they were all working on fractions in an equivalent way. We didn't find a teacher over here doing it this and a teacher over here doing that. And this teacher decided it wasn't a fractions day. They were going to do something fun. Like, it all aligned, and it really was yummy because we saw people doing their thing with the same product.
Hello. No, absolutely. Thank you for sharing that. And Tracy,
Okay.
you want to... Thank you.
You say that really loud.
I'm staying.
Tracy, yeah.
So for secondary, like we started with the Cambridge, we began writing our own lessons, trying to meet the Cambridge and the depth and complexity. And as we were looking, I started looking into the Bluebonnet, and I'm like, that's just what we just said. So what we were trying to create was already created, which saved us so much time. And so we definitely feel like it's a good product for secondary as far as the rigor. We've been talking a lot about raising the rigor. And so we want to meet the rigor of our standards, but we want the STAR to be the floor of where we want our kids at. And so this product will get us to that level.
Thank you for sharing. I know that, Ms. Dosh, you volunteered that you've been in this profession for 32 years, right? Tracy, Rachel, would y'all like to share how long y'all have been in education?
40?
40 for
Okay.
I'm the baby. I met 18, 17 or 18. I can't remember. 18. I should know that. I'm the math person.
32 years, and for 14 years I was in the classroom, and coach for 5 years, and the dean for 13 years at Lake. So I have seen every aspect of curriculum planning, and in the summer I saw Tracy planning for Cambridge. That's when I really interacted with the materials to see what is going on. What is she saying about Cambridge being bluebonnet? And again, I had heard all the negatives, but then I sat down with the materials and I was amazed. And that's when I was told to support the target campuses. My go-to was bluebonnet, that here we have a resource freely available right now, and we need something right away to align our instruction to the rigor. And the answer was right there in front of us. And again, as Rachel said, if you keep hearing the negatives, your brain tends to go there. But once you start interacting with the materials, you know that they are aligned to the assessment that our students take.
Thank you. And it, just reminds all of us why you do what you do, right? To support the students and their academic achievement, and this is y'all's recommendation, but it's just between the three of you, 80 years, I mean, more than, and again, y'all are the professionals, I mean, we're elected, to say, let's support this and let's, find a great program here and there, or, support it. But y'all did a deep dive into it, plus a committee of more than 65 people. Went to the community, done all the due diligence. We've had questions. When I first saw that bluebonnet and math was being considered, she got a text right away, concerns and questions, just like the people that were here speaking tonight, but it's trusting in y'all, having faith in the product that you're going to be putting in front of the students, supporting academic achievement. We're led by that, not financial incentives and those other things. We're really led by wanting to see those, the scores go up, the students be successful in the classroom. I personally, as a Gen X, I love having more pencil and paper, less technology, and that also aligns with cell phones in campuses nowadays. So it does align, to go back to saying, we support students. Now I will say this little side story was, I wrote on my desk at Hall Elementary back in 1985 and got in trouble. I had to go to the principal for that. So when we walk campuses, and I know we were at Clear Lake Intermediate, Space Intermediate, and quite a few others, is watching students write on their desk. A little PTSD flashback there, but it's okay now because they've got all the right boards and all the things that I didn't. But no, again, we appreciate y'all. Jill, Miss Dorland, thank you for all you've done. When I was reading the Friday packet and I saw your name mentioned, absolutely, I know you very well, and all you do to support it, and all the due diligence, and we appreciate you as well. So thank you. Yes, go for it.
Tagging on the student success, when you bring up the substitutes, that's huge for student success. Our teachers are all the time leaving for training, firsthand experience from when there was a long-term situation, they had the scripted lessons. And for a sub to walk in and to be able to have those, at least to not get so far behind, of 1 day, 2 day, weeks, however long a teacher is gone, I think that's huge. And I think that is going to contribute massively to our student success, that our teachers can go get the training they need. They don't feel pressured. I remember when I was a teacher and I don't really want to be gone. I've got to write lesson plans. All that is going to now be done for them. And I think our kids are going to see the impacts of that. So I'm really glad that you brought up the substitutes and plug to anybody out there that wants to be a CCISD sub. We're going to make it easier for you.
Yeah. So, other comments made tonight that I was writing down, writing our own story. We do it because we think that's what's best for CCISD. We want to have a world-class education and opportunities for our students. Whatever is said in the media or whatever we do or don't get funded to do, we're still committed as a board to making it happen and creating those opportunities. So yes, we do want to write our own story, and we're not going to get caught up in what's going on in the media and all the negative things. We open our minds, we listen, we don't run and retire. We stick around and say, hey, is this really what's best? Are we going to get where we want to be, as a district? And so thank you for sticking around. Thank you all for presenting tonight. With that, yeah. If you retire, we bring you back, right? Yeah. So again, thank you all very much. We appreciate you. Thank you for the presentation. Mr. Cunningham has one more question.
Not a question, but I just wanted to thank everybody from our community input, earlier, bringing forth, the community's input. I want to thank everybody that served on the committee. I think Trustee Sanchez said it, eloquently. 80 plus people, you aren't going to get them to agree on everything. And sometimes we bring our own bias and our own, perceptions of things as we've heard earlier. But that's what due diligence and, doing the work and digging in and finding out about it. I mentioned before, Tracy, thank you for the heavy lifting on Cambridge. Like I said, I periodically just like to walk the building and just check in on folks. And I wanted to mention that because not everybody sees that, but the work that you were doing, obviously the payoff is that presentation earlier in the 9 weeks. Rachel, same story. I encourage my fellow trustees, if they, Mr. McKay might have been by because of his wife, but I encourage everybody, if you get a chance, visit PAR, visit your classroom, see the different activities that you have for professional learning and things of that nature. They will be blown away. These are things that the public doesn't get a chance to see, but fortunately we do. When we take the time to, go on those learning walks and look at those things. Dr. Stallings, thank you for putting together this presentation, answering our questions. It's never easy, trying to enjoy your weekend and we're bombarding you with questions when you're at the ball field supporting your son at Lamar University. Just thank you. Because once again, those are things that people don't see. And Vina, keep up the good work. When we talked about, creating this campus improvement position, it was tell us where we're ugly. Tell us where we need to get better. Tell us what we need to do to improve. Proof is in the pudding, going 2023, being rated 83 to 88 now. And now we're trying to get into that, 92, 94. And these are the things that we're going to need to do to affect that change. So thank you. It's never easy, but thank you for putting in that hard work. And I just would be remiss if I didn't recognize your staff and everything that helps support that and makes it go behind the scenes, right? So, oh, and just one other thing I just wanted to mention, and I'm going to get personal here. My mother, she's been retired now. She's 83, but in education 40 plus years. She finished her last 15, 16 years as a content and curriculum specialist at Region 4. So of course, and she's been removed from this for I'm going to say 10 years at least, was probably her last consulting, but I did mention, what do you think about Cambridge? What do you think about Bluebonnet? What do you think about Carnegie? And of course, her reaction to Bluebonnet was probably like everybody else in this room, right? But once I mentioned to her, I said, but it looks like they've partnered up with Carnegie. And she goes, well, I've used Carnegie. I've implemented Carnegie at some of my consulting, opportunities in some of our districts around the area. So she goes, anything associated with that, I would put my stamp on. And without her even going over it, she mentioned Cambridge. She goes, well, that's an international program. Just a conversation we had at dinner over, over the weekend. And obviously she's not looking it up. She's just, well, this is what I know about this. This is what I know about that. So, I have to say, not being a education specialist, you do rely on the experts in the room, and I rely on y'all. And then I also rely on bouncing things off of my folks, because my dad's at that higher education level. My mom was at that, K through 12 level. So just hearing her kind of give her stamp, I felt comfortable. And then just getting some of these questions answered. So, once again, I just want to highlight, our committees and things of that nature. It's hard work being on a committee. It's hard work, getting everybody to agree. But that's the feedback, and that's the things that we use to, answer the questions, to do some digging, things of that nature. So I'm going to be curious to see, and just going forward, what our workbooks look like, as they release materials to y'all. I also feel comfortable that we're going to the publisher as well. I think that's a win. And, just kind of different than just being able to, go straight to TEA. I think just going to the publisher is phenomenal. So thank you. And
No, I appreciate it very much, Mr. Cunningham. Okay, with that, thank you all very much. I'll turn it over to the trustees. Do I have a motion?
Mr. President, I'd like to move that we adopt the superintendent's recommendation to approve the CCISD Math Textbook Adoption Committee's recommendation for instructional materials.
All right, thank you, Trustee Larson. And a motion is on the floor. Is there any other discussion? All right, seeing none, all in favor, please raise your right hand. All right. And 7-0, motion passes, no opposed. Thank you. All right, it is 8:48. The board will now move to a closed session as authorized by the Texas Open Meeting Act concerning purposes permitted by the specific Texas Government Code sections listed on the agenda. All right, it's 9:37. I call this meeting back to order. And do I have a motion?
Mr. President,
Yes, Mr. Cunningham.
I move that the board approves the superintendent's recommendation for Jeff Prince as intermediate school principal.
All right. Thank you, Trustee Cunningham. A motion on the floor. Any discussion? Seeing none. All in favor, please raise your right hand. All right, and no opposed. Motion passes 7-0. Go ahead.
I just wanted to, and thank you for that. Mr. Prince is currently assistant principal at Westbrook. He was an assistant principal for 8 years at Creekside, and prior to that, he was also a teacher at Brookside. So a lot of intermediate experience. I think a little time in the Navy too, but he definitely is going to bring so much expertise and experience to that position. We know it's very hard to fill Miss Cooper's shoes, but he has been doing that this year and doing an excellent job. Excited.
Thank you very much. All right, next item, recommendation on ClearPath. Have a motion.
Yeah, Mr. President, I'd like to move that we adopt the superintendent's recommendation excuse me, for Corey West for ClearPath principal.
All right. Thank you, Trustee Larson. All right, and motion on the floor. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please raise your right hand. All right, no opposed. Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, and Corey West, thank you so much. He's currently the assistant principal at Clearbrook, and he's been there for 4 years. Prior to that, he was in Pearland ISD as a teacher and a coach, and he definitely has a heart for students. So we're very excited about him bringing that passion and that trauma-informed attitude towards students and towards making sure that everyone's successful.
Thanks, Dr. Engel. All right, and next up, we have recommendations on executive directors. Yes, Mr. Sanchez.
Mr. President, I move that we accept the superintendent's recommendation for Executive Director of Elementary Education, Monica Jufrey.
All right, thank you, Trustee Larson. All right, motion on the floor. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please raise your right hand. All right, no opposed. Passes 7-0.
Okay, and Ms. Jufrey is currently the Director of Instructional Design. She's held that position for about 3 years and oversees all of our Leader in Me initiatives as well as Launch. She was co-designer for Launch. Prior to that, she was the very successful principal at Falcon Pass Elementary, and I think she held that position for over a decade. And she was the one in 2017 that actually brought Leader in Me to Clear Creek ISD. And then it has been so successful, now we're a Leader in Me district. So we're very excited about her coming on board in this capacity.
Great. Thank you. And our last recommendation.
And Mr. President,
Yes, Mr. Cunningham.
I move that the board approves the superintendent's recommendation for the other executive director of elementary education position, Mrs. Kelly Mooney.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Cunningham. All right, motion on the floor. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please raise your right hand. All right, and no opposed. Ms. Mooney, 7-0. All right.
Ms. Moody is currently the principal at Ross Elementary. She's been there for 11 years, highly successful, and prior to that, she was a principal at North Point for 6 years, and at Gilmore Elementary, assistant principal for 4. An extensive amount of background in leadership and elementary leadership in the district, always leading successful campuses. So we look forward to her bringing that on board and bringing that with her to the district level. So excited about that.
Perfect. All right. Thank you, Dr. Engel. And with that, there's no other business. And at 9:41, this meeting is adjourned.